All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com. Welcome back to Today at Keeneland, or as the kids are saying, TAK.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
circulating around the greater Lexington area and all parts in between, or further beyond Lexington, I should say.
Show's pretty popular, not going to lie.
TAK, welcome back. We've got 2 more left today and tomorrow, closing day here for the spring meet. Don't forget about the Keeneland April sale, which will take place right after the races tomorrow. But today, another Pick 6 carryover.
How many of them? 4?
Something like that.
Something around there?
3.5.
We've had some great prices, even looking at some of the average payouts in the Pick 5s, the Keeneland Turf Pick 3s. They've been so healthy over the course of the meet. And we had some nice prices yesterday leading to that Pick 6 carryover today.
Race number 4 is where the Pick 6 begins, $25,000 plus, carrying from yesterday. How do we get to this point? Let's take you back to yesterday. We'll start in the opener, not part of the Pick 6 sequence, but a nice winner in race number 1 was Sight to See, who will be offered as hip number 16 tomorrow night in the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. So a nice update for Sight to See as she breaks through for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. and Dixiana Farm.
Pretty easy win for her yesterday as well. Race number 5, Charbonnet. I kind of thought that the favorite might be a little suspect in there. Didn't imagine that this horse could win, though. 27-1, the longest price on the board for trainer John Ennis and Adam Beschizza in the winner's circle there. We take it to the next race, race number 6 on yesterday's card. Sugaree gets the job done. Arnaud Delacour, Flavien Prat with an excellent ride.
Yeah, big-time effort. Horse took a lot of play and fired a big shot to take race number 6. And then Cat's Cave and our co-feature made the lead, never looked back. Charbonnet and Cat's Cave are the 2 biggest reasons why we have the Pick 6 carryover today.
So this was a great ride yesterday. Broke out of the starting gate, took the field gate to wire. We thought that the Wesley Ward filly Landed was going to make the lead. She didn't, and that's where you wanted to be in hindsight. Looking at the jockey trainer standings, Wesley Ward tied atop the leaderboard there with Brad Cox and Brendan Walsh. And then Luis Saez coming back with 17.
And we've got 19 races remaining this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Who's going to win the trainer title?
I'm saying Brendan Walsh. How about you?
I'm going to say Wesley.
You go Wesley, I'll go Brendan. And we're leaving Brad out of that, too.
I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know who's entered, who has entries.
Handicap the most opportunities for those trainers. Who wins the jockey title, since you threw the trainer question at me?
I'm going to go with Louis.
Yeah.
I'll go with Louis. I think
the chalk.
Well, he came back. Okay, if you would have asked me that last week, he would have been probably 10-1 to win the title, right?
It's been an evolution over the course of the meet, as it always is. That is a look back at yesterday and the jockey trainer standings. Here's WKYT for the weather.
For your Keeneland forecast today, we are tracking a little bit more clouds and some more rain showers in our region. At least those temperatures are going to be pleasant all throughout your forecast. Maybe just be ready for a few quick passing scattered thunderstorms. Things should start to calm down by the time we're looking a little later in our evening hours. It's not going to be a full washout, but you can still enjoy our second to last day of races at the Keeneland racetrack. So make sure you're doing your best to stay dry and enjoy those warmer temperatures.
Starting the day with fast and firm conditions. Our track conditions presented by John Deere. So once again, that could change if the rain does come in. But looking at the forecast and the radar, looks kind of spotty. So maybe, fingers crossed, we'll get lucky here on this second to last day.
All right. Who did you say was going to win the trainer title?
I said Brendan Walsh.
Brendan Walsh. Okay. He has 3 entered. Brad has 3 entered. Wesley has 1 entered. I probably chose unwisely.
It's all right.
There's still time.
Full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app as we take a look at all 9 races with our top 3 selections here this afternoon.
We agree race number 2 with the number 10 horse, and the last race number 5, or race number 9 with the number 5, and that is it. That's all she wrote.
And that race number 2, I believe that's the Wesley Ward runner, right?
Yeah.
2-year-old race. Mm-hmm. As he looks for his 6th 2-year-old win this meet alone. Social media on X at Keeneland Racing, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland as well, at FanDuel TV. That's where you can give us a follow over there on X, and then download the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, if you want to have access to FanDuel TV. If you don't have it on your cable or satellite provider, it's a great way to tune into the racing from Keeneland and worldwide, and also check out the FanDuel Racing YouTube channel, as that is as good as it has ever been and will continue to be. So stay current on the socials. Race 7, featured event, part of the Pick 6 sequence. Race number 7 is the Terminus Farm. It is a 1.16 race on the turf course. You can see a couple of scratches. The 7 is a scratch, as well as 14, 15, and 16. And Intellect, morning line favorite at 7-2, a French filly making her U.S. debut for Chad Brown.
That's right, and you get Madaket Stables, Michael Dubb in the ownership group there, so high-profile connections bringing this horse here for the U.S. debut, and obviously kept really good form over in France.
I'm going to go with a price horse, the number 9 horse. You ready for this? Hold My Bourbon.
Okay.
Horse's name. This is a filly by Anchor Down, originally rather. He is originally.
This is a boys' race.
15-1, thank you. 15, the R threw
I'm
me
here
off
to
in
help.
the past performances. 15-1 in the morning line for trainer Doug Cowens. Broke through with a win last time out on the synthetic. That was the first time that the horse had routed on the synthetic. The previous mile race was a one-turn mile event at Churchill in the mud. Ran a good second that day. The only other turf race for this son of Anchor Down was sprinting on turf at Churchill Downs, but he airs it out and wins this one by 3 lengths in the end. I trust this turfway form to transfer to the turf course here today. I think that this is a chance for him to do exactly what he did last time out. Brian Hernandez Jr. gets the opportunity to ride. He went quick to establish that pace. I'm going to go on with the speed horse in Hold My Bourbon underneath the one-horse Depiction for Cherie DeVoe. I think this one speaks for itself. Comes out of the Bryant Station, the Gun Runner, the American Derby, ran in the Transylvania. Most of this horse's Depiction, the ones races have come against Stakes Company off the 6-month layoff.
Brilliant
Don't worry about
birdie.
it. Yeah, that's a very good, that's a Cherie DeVoe horse as well, beaten by that colt in the last 2 races between Kentucky Downs and Keeneland. So the 1 is live, and the full horse Evade coming back here to Keeneland, where he's run well. He ran in the Commonwealth at Churchill, the Bryant Station, the Franklin Simpson at Kentucky Downs. Last time out on the synthetic. Don't worry about it. That was synthetic. He's back on turf today. So I go 9-1-4 in our feature.
You and I disagree big time in this race, but I will say I like that pick with Hold My Bourbon. I gave him a long look. So I think
Big Gray Bunny bounding out of the front end.
And he actually might like the mile and a 16th. I know the mile was fine for him last time out, but the distance is kind of a little bit of a concern for my top selection, the 6 El Razine. He had been going distances of upwards of 1.5 miles at one point, but we'll take you back to his last race. This is the last time we saw him going against Graded Stakes Company at the Big A. And he lost by 3/4 of a length to Carson's Run, who is a Grade 1 winner. He won the Saratoga Derby. Deterministic was also in this photo finish on the line. He would come out of that race to win the Grade 3 Hill Prince. So we're talking about high-quality Grade 1, Grade 2 types of racehorses that he lost by 3/4 of a length to. And I saw him last season. He improved so much from each and every start. And we see that sometimes happen, especially with the sons and daughters of English Channel. I think they get better with age. So El Razine, I think he's going to be really good, better as a 4-year-old. He'll be the top play. The 11 Intellect, your morning line favorite. Kind of an interesting pedigree. Intello is the sire of Intellect. We've seen some horses come over here, most notably at Hamo for trainer Chad Brown. He won the Grade 1 United Nations. He was also by the same sire. This horse has been sprinting. I guess the question is whether or not he can stretch out to the mile and a 16th, but we've seen the sons of the progeny of Intello stretch out even to 1.5 miles in a race like the Hong Kong Vase. So pedigree, stamina is certainly there. And then the 12, Royal Majesty, comes in fresh here for trainer Bill Mott. He needs to wake up a little bit, but I thought he kind of could get the pace that he wanted today.
Son of Frankel. Good pedigree there for Bessalou Stables. That's our take on the feature. Let's go to Tom Leach for more.
Archie was a good third, beating about a length in a Grade 3 Bryant Station here last fall. Hasn't been out since then, but won first time out last summer, so he could certainly be ready off the layoff. And he was a big price that day, but it wasn't a big shock to the guy who has ridden him in every start, Edgar Morales.
He was working pretty well. The only question was the turf. Churchill's turf, it was questionable back then, but he handled it pretty well. And when I asked him to turn for home, he gave me all he got, and he was still green that day. And Kentucky down, he'd still improving, and then come here, he ran good, and he was pretty good, so.
You think he can be ready to win off the layoff?
Yes, I think so. He'd been working pretty well. We schooling behind horses, and we try to do our best we can, to bring him back to the race as fit we can. It's hard to come 100% back to after a layoff, but I think he's doing pretty well.
How do you have to ride this one to get Hershey to be his best?
He's an easy horse to ride, He positioned himself so well. You don't have to rush him. I mean, he take you the whole way around there, and when you ask him, he's got a quick, good turn of foot, so he's pretty easy.
El Razine is making his 4-year-old debut in this race for the Todd Pletcher stable. Sophie Green is Pletcher's assistant here in Kentucky for the Keeneland meet, and she likes what she's seeing from this horse in his morning training.
He's training really good. We were a little disappointed that we had to scratch him off the soft turf course at the beginning of the meet, but he's been training really well until this one.
So the firm is definitely his preference?
I think so. They said it was good, but we felt it was probably more on the soft side, so yeah, we decided not to run him, but we're hopeful for this one that he's going to enjoy it being a little bit firmer.
What's the key for the rider to get his best effort out of this horse?
He's one of them. He's quite happy, and so you have to sort of keep him relaxed. You just sort of have to let him do what he wants to do. He's very forward going, so you've just got to sit quiet, and hopefully he settles.
Interesting turf marathon here. I don't think there's any real standouts, so it's going to be a tough handicapping challenge.
Let's turn our attention to our key races. Race number 5. This will start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. 5, 7, and 9 the sequence there. This also starts the late pick 5. It's leg 2 of the pick 6 with a $25,000 carryover. British Isles 9-5 on the morning line, coming back on quick order for Richie Baltus off of a 11th place finish, beating 5 1/4 lengths. It had no clear path. If you watch that race back, I picked him that day. Flavien had to just eat the horse. That's what it came down to. So he's looking for a cleaner trip here today, going 1.5 miles, which may come if things don't get too bunched up for him. But I'm going to go with another price play in here, somewhat of a price play. 6-1 on the morning line on My Boy Tony for Eddie Keneally. Getting back out to a route of ground. That's what it comes down to. They ran him in a starter race last time out at Fairgrounds going a mile. You look at his career record at these 1.5 miles or 1 3/16 type races between Kentucky Downs and Keeneland. He's right there, second and third in a pair of them. In this race, it just came up too short. He's making steady progress with Ben Curtis in the saddle to end up finishing second as the beaten favorite. And I commend Eddie Keneally for giving it a shot in a starter 50 with that starter eligibility, given he broke his maiden for 32 up at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's obviously come a long way since then, but the added distance is the key to My Boy Tony in race number 5. The number 5 horse, second selection, Fort Thomas for Rusty Arnold off of a 5-month layoff. He'll have no problem with this longer distance either. He gets Julian Le Peru to ride. Broke his maiden in his last race 5 months ago. He comes into this race 1 for 12, obviously stepping up in class. And then the Dover Spectre, the number 9 horse, a son of English Channel, going 1.5 miles, 4 years old. He broke his maiden for 50. He ran 1.5 miles on the synthetic last time out. He beat a horse named Copper Missile, who came back last week to win going 1 mile and 1/8. So comes out of a live race, a productive race at the end of March at Turfway Park. 259, the idea for me in race 5.
The Dover Spectre is one of those price horses that I think is very interesting. I did not use him in my top 3, but I did go to the number 5, Fort Thomas. This is a very weird race. British Isles could win this race by 3 lengths, and I wouldn't be surprised. And I also wouldn't be surprised if a 20-1 shot won this race. I think British Isles is 100% the class of the field. What makes this race kind of weird is that a horse like Fort Thomas took 12 starts to break the maiden. You look at some of the other form. The Dover Spectre broke his maiden for Maiden Claiming Company. Steadfast Resolve, the 3-1 second choice in here, broke his maiden for Maiden 40. So it's really not the toughest field, but we'll take a look at Fort Thomas's last race, and I love the way that he won this race. He looked like a horse that was slowly starting to get better. His last 3 races of the year were much better than what we've ever seen from him in the past, and he just strikes me as a type that will kind of keep on keeping on at the 1.5 mile distance. The problem with him is I don't think there's going to be a ton of speed, so he just has to be good in order to beat this group today.
Then you got the 8 underneath. followed by the 2.
Yep. British Isles, I mentioned, is certainly the horse to beat. And then the 2, My Boy Tony, again for Eddie Keneally. Another one broke his maiden for Maiden Claiming Company. When you look at the class of some of these horses versus British Isles, that's what makes this, I don't know, it's confusing. I don't know which direction this race will go in. British Isles could be a single in many people's tickets, or you have to throw in some bombs.
Let's go to race number 9 here this afternoon, final race of the day, and this is a maiden special weight on the turf course. It will conclude, obviously, late pick 4, late pick 5, pick 6, as well as the $3 Keeneland turf pick 3. Couple of scratches in here. And Halston Rose, the number 5 horse, is 7-2 on the morning line. Make it Irad Ortiz Jr. That's a rider change on the number 5 horse. This one for Richie Baltus. I like this filly. I think that she is a filly that should move forward with added distance. Her last races have come sprinting at Santa Anita on the flat. 6 furlongs on the flat and then 6.5 furlongs. Don't be confused, that was not a hillside turf course race, as we take you back to her run at the end of March, where she ends up making the lead and then just gets nabbed at the wire in a nose bob, finishing second with Umberto in the saddle. So again, Irad picks up the mount here today. She's never gone this long. She's gone 5 furlongs, 6 furlongs, 6.5, and 7. Now gets to go a mile here on this afternoon. She's by Good Magic. She's out of an Indian Charlie First Dam, one of the best broodmare sires in modern day history. I'll take Halston Rose on top with the added ground. Lady Lily Lou for Tom Drury Jr. Good with first-time starters. I don't know how I didn't remember this, but 21% for Tommy Drury with first-time starters. So keep that in mind with the number 9 in the nightcap. And then the number 6, Spying for Brendan Walsh, trying grass for the first time, changing things up with Flavian. Brendan works his horses that he's getting ready for turf up at Turfway Park. So this is a pattern that I've noticed over the last few years, and that's exactly where Spying's been working over the past few weeks to get ready for the trip down here to Lexington.
All right. I'm going to take us a little bit earlier in the card, race number 3. This race is a starter allowance event, and obviously it's within the early pick 5 sequence. Windy Walk is the 2-1 favorite, and why I wanted to pick this race to kind of highlight is because I think we might be dealing with a vulnerable favorite here. Windy Walk will likely go off as the post-time favorite. Windy Walk has done well before in the past here at Keeneland, has raced here 3 times, won 2 of them, and overall a very solid record. I have a lot of respect for this filly, 7-time winner out of 15 starts. But today, she likely will get other pace pressure. There's a ton of speed in this race, and I think Penn Street could turn the tables on her. We'll take you to the race where they went against each other. This was 2 starts back at Churchill Downs. Penn Street, she lost to her by a nose that day. Windy Walk managed to actually run a really good race on this particular day back in September, and she managed to get somewhat of a more forward trip. Penn Street, it was just these 2 horses dueling down to the finish. On this day, Windy Walk did get the victory. Penn Street wound up finishing second. So close on the line, though. That was an absolute horse race. So my thought process here is Windy Walk likely going to go, although she has proven that she can kind of close in the past. I think she's fast enough to make the lead today. Other speed to the inside, that's going to set it up perfectly for the 7, Penn Street. The 2, Lady Emily Catherine, one of those other speed horses. She comes out of synthetic races down at Gulfstream where she's made the lead, but I kind of get the feeling that she's getting better, and she comes out of decent races for the level. And then the 3, Klimt's Music, coming back to the dirt, I think can maybe pick up the pieces late.
Let's go to our Sailgrad Spotlight. We're going to go to the 2-year-old event on the afternoon. And it's a turf, the 2-year-old event, as you've seen over the last couple of years here in the spring at Keeneland, where the 2-year-olds get the opportunity to try the footing on the turf course here at Keeneland. And Longshoreman is a colt by Twirling Candy, a Keeneland September Sailgrad from last September, $260,000 for the ownership group of For the People Racing Stable, Hagsma, James Sestaro and John Hagsma, but a son of Twirling Candy, coming here to race for Wesley Ward and see how he handles the turf course here today. So $260,000 for that Keeneland September Sale grad, about midway through the sale, hip number 2518, debuting right where it all started here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's go to our Clocker report. We go back to race number 3, the race that you just touched on, Gabby, and Bestseller. The mare draws post 1 for Peter Blum Thoroughbreds, and Rudy Brisset takes a drop down in class out of Stakes Company, and she fired a bullet. 59-4, finishing 2 lengths in front of Warheart, a stakes-winning son of Omaha Beach. That's pretty good.
She's fast. She can be very fast, and there's no doubt that she does get some class relief. She has real speed today, so it looks like she's coming into the race in good fashion. And then the other clocker report is in race number 6, the number 5, Magical Day, a Godolphin homebred, sizzled a bullet half mile in 46.6, best of 50 at the distance, working solo over a fast track for none other than Brendan Walsh.
Race 3, the 1, race 6, the 5. The ones to focus your attention on, according to the clockers here at Keeneland. Multi-race exotic time. Turf pick 3 for you, Gabby.
That's right. Tough sequence today, as per usual, but this is how we're attacking this play today for $54. Obviously, it kicks off in race number 5. 2, 5, and 8, my top 3 selections. My Boy Tony, the 5, Fort Thomas, and then, of course, the 8, British Isles. That's that strange race that you could either single or use a couple of other horses in there. Race number 7, a mile and a 16th on the turf. I went to the 6 horse. We handicapped this race already. El Razine is going to be the top selection, as well as the 11 making the stateside debut, Intellect for Chad Brown. And then we get to the 9th and final race using 3 horses there with the 5, House and Rose, the 7, Celebrity Row, as well as the 11, Scarletta Carpetta. First-time starter for Riley Mott, a filly by Oscar Performance.
Late pick 4 for me. That starts in race number 6, that maiden special weight event for straight 3-year-old fillies. I'll go 3 deep. 5, 9, and 12. The 9 being the top selection there, Velvet Devil for Michael Tomlinson. She should be tough, but I also think that you can find some prices with Magical Day and the number 12 horse, Sia Wouldn't Want to Be a for Brian Lynch for Flying Dutchman. Another high-priced horse that they purchased for $800,000. So not going to leave that runner off my ticket. 1, 4, and 9 in race number 7, with the 9 being the top idea there. Hold My Bourbon. We touched on that race. Race number 8, we'll get to more on it in just a bit, but Sexagenarian, that's not correct, is it?
Yeah.
I think I got it right. Thank you. Beaten by Tistastic last time out. And this is a horse that gets back on dirt. I think you've got to respect, but the 5's going to be tough, and we'll touch on more on that as to why in just a moment. And then 5, 6, and 9 in the nightcap. So I like this sequence. I think that it's another big opportunity here today. We saw the pick 4. I think it paid over $4,000 yesterday. And as you talked about, the pick 5 was it like $40,000?
Something like that.
It was some massive payoffs yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse. Best angles, race 8 is where we're going. We're going heads up in race 8.
Sexagenarian. You're not quite there yet.
60 and above?
60 to 69, yes.
I'll be there before you get there.
That is true. That's generally how age works.
It's very true. Ancient
Unless
World.
you're Benjamin Button or something.
Ancient World in race number 8 for Mike Rapoli. Keeneland September sale grad, over a $500,000 purchase, $525,000 to be exact. We take you back to his debut, March 13th, Fairgrounds. Joe Sharp told me coming into this race he may need a race. Well, he breaks slow. He walks out of the starting gate. He drops 14 lengths out of this race. How he ends up winning this race on debut is insane. Top of the stretch, he's got 2 beat at best. But watch this stretch run from this son of Into Mischief, and he's going to clear off and win by a length in the end. Runs in 1:10-1. If he just grows up a little bit here today off of that debut on March 13th at Fairgrounds, this is a serious racehorse. The horses don't win races like that on debut, but Ancient World did so. So I don't want to say all in, but 50 to win on Ancient World.
A 50?
A 50 spot.
Well, you're going to have to bet a lot to get anything back because this horse is going to be a heavy favorite.
2 20s and a 10. No $50 bills at the track.
No $50 bills. Absolutely not.
But you're going against this horse.
And even when I have to, deposit, I don't know if you do this, but if I deposit money into my account, never 50. It's just bad luck.
It is.
I'll do 40. I'll do 60, not 50.
But you're staying in the same race.
I'm staying in the same race. I hear you with Ancient World. He was very impressive, but he cannot afford to do that again today. You're dealing with the longest stretch run with the fairgrounds.
I understand.
And then you're coming to Keeneland. One-turn sprint races here. He's not going to be able to get away with that. Now, look, he might break on top. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. But at the price, I'm going to go against him. My top play is way to the outside, Mischief River. This horse has gone against some good competition in the past. He ran in the Best Pal. He ran in the Del Mar Juvenile Turf, whatever race that was. Then the Grade 1 American Pharaoh last time out against Citizen Bull. This is a look at his the Best Pal Stakes, a race where he finished second to the likes of Getaway Car. I mean, time and time again, he's running against some of Bob Baffert's best 2-year-olds at the time, turning 3-year-olds at the time. So obviously this is a really, really nice horse. Connections change. Now, that is obviously a question, but he gets Lasix today for the first time. He gets the blinkers on. His works have been solid. I'm going with Mischief River to the outside.
Get on with it. 12-1 morning line. He's better than 12-1 suggests.
Side wager?
That's fine. I'll take 8 to, what is my horse? 8-5 versus 12-1 all day.
Coffee? No. Something.
We'll figure something else out.
We'll think about it.
Tom Leach, been on a roll with his long shot picks here in the last couple of weeks, and he's never scared to attack a big price runner. Race number 8, CK Wonder, 8-1 on the morning line. Second off the layoff, trouble at the start last time out. Impressive win here last year at Keeneland Racecourse. So here's a horse that'll cut back in distance, looking to rediscover that form for Dale Romans, and Corey Lannery gets the call. So he'll get every bit of 8-1 in race number. We're all going against each other in race number 8.
That's crazy. A favor. That's what's on the line.
A favor.
You just can't say no.
Wow.
You can't say no.
You need a cabin air filter for the car? What do you need? There's no telling what she's going to ask.
It doesn't matter, but when you ask for the favor, you have to deliver.
That's fine.
Okay.
That is
That's a side wager for the last
we'll take
race.
it. Enjoy today, Keeneland. Pick 6 carryover over $25,000 starting in race number 4. Another perfect day here in Lexington. All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max. And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Now get 6.45 APR financing on any new Highlander or Grand Highlander.
Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes the Lexington Christian Academy Elementary Chorus to the paddock. The multi-award-winning LCA Elementary Chorus, under the direction of Mrs. Ariane Johnson, is comprised of 53 4th and 5th grade students. They travel the bluegrass, performing the national anthem at professional and collegiate athletic events, as well as singing in the Nutcracker with the Lexington Dance Factory. Today, the LCA Elementary Chorus will sing our state song as well as the national anthem. We begin with My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By my hard times comes a knocking at the door, and my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady, oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang clear, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Steve Barnett with Mutuals as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Steve. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland, where it's time for a check of the John Deere track conditions. The main track is fast, the turf is firm, and the rail at 10 feet today. Time now for a look at the changes. First race is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also, the early pick five will begin. No changes in that first event. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. In that second race, scratch number 5, Twirling Ridge. Also scratch number 7, Raffinado. Also scratch number 13, Senior Valentine. And scratch the 16, Sweet Espresso. That's in the second race. Scratch the 5, Twirling Ridge. Scratch the 7, Raffinado. Also scratch 13, Senior Valentine. And scratch 16, Sweet Espresso. Jockey change on the 8, Tough Critic. That'll be Flavian Pratt. Number 8, Tough Critic, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Please note the 14, Baytown Dreamer draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Ben Curtis. 14, Baytown Dreamer draws into the race. The jockey will be Ben Curtis. The 15, Daphne Blue, also draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Third race has no changes at this time. Fourth race, start of the pick 6, a $25,000 carryover. In the fourth race, scratch number 9, War Department Calling, and scratch the 10, B. Wayne. That's in the fourth race, scratch 9, War Department Calling, and scratch the 10, B. Wayne. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Sixth event starts the late pick 4. Once again, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Featured seventh event. Scratch number 7, Lips Say Bliss. Also scratch 14, Saint in the City. Also scratch the 15, Azoy. And scratch 16, Army Officer. That's in the featured seventh race. Scratch number 7, Lips Say Bliss. Also scratch number 14, Saint in the City. Also scratch the 15, Azoy. And scratch the 16, Army Officer. Jockey change on the 2, Heavy Pour. That'll be Gerardo Corrales. Number 2, Heavy Pour. The jockey is Gerardo Corrales. Jockey change on the 5, Realignment. That'll be Florent Giroux. Number 5, Realignment. The jockey is Florent Giroux. And please note, number 13, Royal Sandrin, draws into the race. The jockey as programmed. Eighth race. Jockey change on the 4, El Cordobés. That'll be Agustin Gomez. That's the 8th race, number 4, El Cordobés. Make the jockey Agustin Gomez. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. And in that 9th race, scratch number 1, Viley Lane. Also scratch the 10, Volatile Jenny. Also scratch the 14, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Scratch the 15, Kentucky Flame, and scratch the 16, Crawford. That's in the 9th and final race. Scratch number 1, Viley Lane. Scratch the 10, Volatile Jenny. Scratch number 14, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Scratch the 15, Kentucky Flame, and scratch the 16, Crawford. Please note there's a jockey change on the 5, Halston Rose, Irad Ortiz Jr. 5, Halston Rose, Irad Ortiz Jr. will be the jockey. Also a jockey change on the 7, Celebrity Row. That'll be Joel Rosario. 7, Celebrity Row, the jockey, Joel Rosario. And please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Princess Attitude, draws into the race, the jockey as programmed. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you, Kurt. As we look forward to 9 races here today at Keeneland Racecourse, our featured event is race number 7, which we'll touch on in a moment. But part of the sequence is the feature race, and that sequence I refer to is the pick six, Gabby, because a $25,000 plus carryover was triggered yesterday thanks to some very big prices we saw in that sequence.
It's been wild. It's been a crazy meet. We've had several of these pick six carryovers, and the payouts in the pick five as well were really healthy in yesterday's finale. So that's something to certainly look forward to, that pick six carryover, as well as the featured race, which I thought was a little tricky. And of course, the featured race is kind of in that sequence of the pick three, turf pick three.
Yeah, and it's tricky because you've got a morning line favorite at 7-2, lukewarm morning line favorite, Intellect for Chad Brown. Obviously, that will sell a lot of folks on this gelding by Inatello, but he's yet to run here in the United States. So making his U.S. debut for Madaket Stables, Michael Dubb and others, with Flavian Pratt taking the call here this afternoon.
The other horse that might get money is the 6 El Razine, and that was the direction I went in for trainer Todd Pletcher. He hasn't been seen since the fall of last year, but he kind of looked like he was really starting to get good in the latter half of his 3-year-old season. He's a son of English Channel. We know they only get better with age.
Fast and firm conditions, pick six carryover. That sequence starts with race number 4. That is where the pick six begins on the penultimate day of the spring meet here at Keeneland. $19 minutes away from the top of the hour and the start of the card here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a maiden $50,000 claiming event for fillies and mares 3 and up seeking their first win. 1 1/16 is the distance, so a first wire finish. Short stretch in the opener. The 6 is the current favorite, who we'll get to in a moment, but I'm going to the 3 horse, who is the second choice at 5-2. That is Fascinator for Steve and Ed Moger Jr., a filly by Clubhouse Ride. This is a California-bred filly who started off her career against Calbreds at Santa Anita going back to last spring. She's come here to Kentucky during this recent Turfway meet, January, February, March, had been her last 3 races. And she's put together a couple of good efforts, a couple of second-place finishes. Last time out, first time going long in a non-maiden special weight event, was her best race to date. So I would imagine that this filly, coming off of that type of effort against this level of competition today, is going to be very, very effective, especially in gaining Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. Should have a good early position going into the first turn, which is always crucial in these 1 1/16 dirt races. So give me Fascinator on top for the Moger brothers, Ed and Steve. The number 5 horse, Vino Bella, is a trainee for Grant Forrester, a filly by Vino Rosso, who has turned the corner a bit in her recent races. She put together a career best effort last time out. That was the addition of blinkers, so that might have been the key to getting a much better finish from this filly and more positional speed from this filly, because prior to that, she was so far back in previous races. Now, granted, on the turf course, she did have better position, but she moved forward, moving back onto the dirt with the addition of blinkers. So second-time blinkers for Grant Forrester. Joel Rosario is assigned the mount here this afternoon. I'll take Vino Bella underneath, currently sitting at 5-1. And then Protocol, the number 6 horse, the current favorite, 2-1 for Gary and Mary West, a filly by their stallion West Coast, that champion. Third on debut. Didn't get a ton of play on debut for Brad Cox. 4-1 was the off odds on this filly. She finished third in a field of 8, retreating late, but getting tired. I think the drop in class, that race under her belt, drops in class into the maiden claiming ranks for the first time. Flavian Pratt in the saddle. A lot of reasons to like the 6 here today on the changes being made with Protocol in the opener. Early pick 5 pull over $146,000. We're less than 16 minutes away from the Thursday card.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a maiden claiming race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. Price of $50,000, a mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. A reminder, this race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 5. The main track is fast. The turf is firm today. No changes in this first event. Post time at 8 minutes.
This is Take Charge Omaha, the number 7 horse. She's 9-2. Just clicked down to 9-2 from 5-1. So getting some attention, making her the third choice in the wagering. A filly by Omaha Beach, who made up some lengths in her debut after breaking slowly. Broke last, but ended up finishing 4th. So the added ground here today for this Omaha Beach filly could be beneficial. We'll see what Corey Lannery opts to do from this outside post going into the first turn. A lot of times Corey will just hug the rails, wait for things to open up, and make that move. So we'll find out very quickly into the running of this race what the approach will be, and honestly whether or not this filly can keep up with the speed that I think is going to come from the inside. But taking some action worth noting on Take Charge Omaha from a 10-1 morning line, currently sitting at 9-2. Approaching $200,000 in the early pick 5 pool. Get involved here in Keeneland's opener as we are less than 6 minutes away from post time.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 5, Vino Bella. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race. Scratch number 5, Vino Bella. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, race 1. Main track is fast. The turf is firm today at Keeneland. First race to kick off the early pick 5. The rail at 10 feet on the turf course today. A reminder in this first race, scratch the 5, Vino Bella. Just about set to move in for the first. Mighty Risky comes forward. And now Redo. Fascinator. True Class walking up. 2 more to load. Protocol. Take Charge Omaha, the last one. Going in. First wire at the post. And they're off. There goes True Class. True Class comes out for the early lead, and Protocol there to the outside, and Mighty Risky down toward the inside. True Class from between horses has the early advantage, gets over next to the rail as they move on to the first turn. Protocol will go second up on the outside. Mighty Risky is third back toward the inside. Take Charge Omaha alongside that one is in fourth. Fascinator is fifth, and Redo last of the six. Protocol is the leader. Protocol is on top by just over a length as they head off the first turn and onto the backstretch. Mighty Risky alongside of True Class. That's the battle for second, and a gap of just over 2 more lengths. Take Charge Omaha outward from the rail has Fascinator there to the inside, and Redo is at the back. The opening quarter went in 24.16 seconds. It is Protocol who shows the way. Protocol against the rail leads it 3/4 of a length. Mighty Risky is second on the outside by a length and a half. True Class back to third, then a break of just over 2 more as they head to the far turn to Take Charge Omaha. 48.68 seconds was the time for the first half mile, and Protocol continues to lead. It is Protocol leading it by a length to the turn. Mighty Risky is second by 3 lengths now to True Class, then Take Charge Omaha. Fascinator still next to last around the turn, and Redo is the trailer as they come toward the quarter pole with Protocol the leader. Protocol leads it by 2 lengths, now by 2.5 by 3. Take Charge Omaha comes off the rail, moves up into second, takes aim on the leader now, top of the short stretch. It is Protocol who's got the lead, but Take Charge Omaha is moving fast on the outside, runs right up, runs right by, takes the lead coming into the final furlong, and Take Charge Omaha has opened up in the blink of an eye by a widening 5-length margin to Protocol in second. Mighty Risky far back in third. It is Take Charge Omaha. Corey Lannery with that sweeping move coming off the final turn to draw clear to win it. Protocol was home in second. Mighty Risky was third, and then Redo was fourth.
Favorite Protocol had established a pretty cozy lead, but it wasn't for long as they were coming to the quarter pole as Take Charge Omaha blows right on past her. Corey Lannery getting this filly going around the turn, and that's key in these mile and 16th races to the first wire finish when you got an off-the-pace horse, and it works out brilliantly for Take Charge Omaha. She was live, bet down to 5-1, and wins by open lengths in race 1 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 7 Take Charge Omaha finished first. Number 6 Protocol was second. Number 1 Mighty Risky third, and number 2 Redo was fourth. 7-6-1-2 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race. The unofficial winner, number 7, Take Charge Omaha, owned by Jim Hughes, and West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Findlay, trained by Dale Romans, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Take Charge Omaha, 3-year-old filly by Omaha Beach, out of Monarchia by Arch, bred in Kentucky by Haymarket Farm. Mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 45.61 seconds. First race, results official, 7-6-1-2, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also started the early pick 4. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 5, Twirling Ridge. Scratch the 7, Raffinado. Scratch 13, Senior Valentine. And scratch 16, Sweet Espresso. A reminder, the jockey for number 8, Tough Critic, Flavian Pratt. 8, Tough Critic, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. 14 draws in, Baytown Dreamer, Ben Curtis. 14, Baytown Dreamer draws into the race. Jockey will be Ben Curtis. 15, Daphne Blue draws into the race. The jockey as programmed.
Race number 2, 17 minutes to post. 2-year-olds, maiden special weight event. 2-year-olds that'll be going 5.5 furlongs on the turf course. As you can see, for those of you not with us here at Keeneland Racecourse, we do have a rain shower passing through the area. So it did pick up for a brief moment. It's kind of tapered off, at least for the time being, but it is still raining a decent amount. So we'll see how long this does last here at Keeneland as we come up to the start of the early pick 4. Wesley Ward, he's got the favorite. The 2-year-old colt by Twirling Candy, that is Longshoreman, who we see on the screen here. Debut is with the Wesley Ward blinkers. This one for the People Racing stable and others. But Wesley Ward, as we know, dominates the 2-year-old scene here at Keeneland in the springtime. And he's always got a few that he pinpoints towards the turf races at the end of the meets here at Keeneland Racecourse. So the fact that he's going to give this one a go on the turf, certainly positive sign. If you're banking on this one for a winner, 4-5 on the board. Worked up at Turfway Park on the synthetic before coming here to Keeneland and working on the main track. So it's so difficult to ignore the Wesley Ward runners in these 2-year-old races. I originally was going to the 7-horse, who was a scratch in here, but ended up on the 10. Keeping it simple. It happens time and time and time again where we see these Wesley Ward runners do so well in 2-year-old events. And he's looking for his 6th win in a 2-year-old race this meet alone is trainer Wesley Ward. So pretty obvious pick, but sometimes obvious works out. The number 12-horse Barstool for Ben Colebrook, Caravaggio colt. He got a race under his belt opening week here at Keeneland Racecourse. He finished 3rd behind a Wesley Ward 2-year-old winner in Pinky Finger, but he's got turf pedigree. He's by Caravaggio, that son of Scat Daddy, who was a Group 1 winner at Royal Ascot during his racing career. So I'm banking on the pedigree to come forward for Barstool and that one race experience a couple of weeks back. So that's why I'm inclined to play the 12. Race experience, pedigree for turf being by the Group 1 winner, Caravaggio. And then the number 6-horse Risk for Jose D'Angelo and Arundel, a Twirling Candy colt that they bought in Keeneland November 2023. So purchased this colt as a weanling for $130,000 out of a more than ready first dam by the name of Lark Rise. This will be her first runner, but Twirling Candy more than ready as far as that combination of breeding. It is a very versatile pedigree as far as dirt or turf, but they opt to run here this afternoon on the turf course and getting Luis Saez shipping this horse up from South Florida, or from Florida, I should say, to compete here at Keeneland. Got to be respected, and is 8-1 right now on the tote board. More observations when these youngsters get out to the front side at 2 minutes to post, or race number 2 rather, is 14 minutes to post. As I glance over my shoulder here to get a gauge of the weather, and it looks like some sun is peeking out. So hopefully this rain will taper off, and it was just a passing shower. Good luck in race number 2. Again, 14 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Hasty House, a maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm, the rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. The turf is firm, the main track is fast. In race 2, scratch the 5 Twirling Ridge. Also scratch the 7 Raffinado. Scratch 13 Senior Valentine. And scratch 16 Sweet Espresso. Jockey for the 8 Tough Critic will be Flavian Pratt. 14 Baytown Dreamer draws in. The jockey will be Ben Curtis. 15 Daphne Blue draws in. Jockey as programmed. Post time at 5 minutes.
We go back to the number 12 horse. That is Barstool for Ben Colebrook, the colt by Caravaggio, who debuted on April 7th here at Keeneland. Will sell late tomorrow night, later in the session tomorrow in the Keeneland April sale. Hip number 78, the colt by Caravaggio, that Group 1 Commonwealth Cup winner at Royal Ascot. This colt's mother was a winner at the age of 2. Comes from a nice family as well, which includes the Canadian champion sprinter Moonlit Promise, also from the family of the Grade 1 winner and Grade 1 winner on turf in Court Vision, who won the Breeders' Cup Mile at Churchill Downs, also won the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile. So some pedigree for the turf, obviously top and bottom. That is Barstool. Look for him tomorrow in the Keeneland April sale, hip number 78. The 10-horse Longshoreman, even money right now for Wesley Ward, colt by Twirling Candy, a $260,000 Keeneland September yearling just this past September, so geared up for the debut with Irad in the saddle. And there's a look at the son of Twirling Candy selling at the Keeneland September sale as hip number 2518. So from the sales ring to the racetrack here at Keeneland, and a very impressive son of Twirling Candy, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, owned in part by For the People Racing Stable. Wesley also has 15 runner, the number 15 runner, Daphne Blue, who draws into this race with Johnny Velasquez. And there's a look at that chestnut filly by Munnings. His mother, One Hot Wish, was a winner on turf. So there's the pedigree for the turf. Munnings, a very versatile stallion as well. And here's a horse that debuted on opening day here at Keeneland and was defeated by an impressive 2-year-old in Lenny. So onto the grass. We'll see if she takes to it like her mama did. That is Daphne Blue, 7-2, making her the second choice as Wesley Ward has the top 2 in the wagering. Pick 4 poll just shy of $100,000. You've got less than 2 minutes to get all wagers in for the second event here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Hasty House, start of the early pick 4. Your attention, please. A late scratch number 14, Baytown Dreamer. On the advice of the veterinarian, the stewards are scratching the 14, Baytown Dreamer. Windows remain open. Moving into line race 2. Abdicate comes forward. Tiempos Buenos. Still sober. Barstool. Risk. Daphne blew the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. Still sober, fractious in the gate. Tiempos Buenos backs out, along with Risk. More backing out update in a moment. Your attention, please. Late scratch in Keeneland's second race. Scratch number 4 still sober. Late scratch, scratch number 4 still sober, injured in the gate. Windows remain open. Once again, moving into line race 2. Abdicate comes forward. Tiempos Buenos, Barstool. Risk. Tough Critic. Daphne Blue, the last one, coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Barstool. Barstool out for the lead. Abdicate right there. Longshoreman has early speed. Red Lad is away, running in fourth. Tiempos Buenos is fifth. Daphne Blue, far outside, is in sixth. Just over 3 lengths off the early lead. Risk is 1 lane off the rail into the far turn. In the 7th position, Coach Rudy is 8th. Tough Critic is 9th. And Flaming Star last of the 10. Red Lad has the lead. Longshoreman's alongside. Head separates the top 2. Barstool is there to the far outside. In 3rd, Daphne Blue out in the center of the course around the far turn. In 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Tiempos Buenos, who's 5th back toward the inside. They move for the top of the stretch. Red Lad, Longshoreman, they continue their battle for the lead. Quarter mile to go. Gap of 2 more lengths back to Barstool, who looks toward the outside 3rd. Tiempos Buenos is 4th and still 5 from the lead, and Longshoreman is the leader. Longshoreman has wrestled the lead away and is opened up by 4 lengths into the final furlong. Tiempos Buenos goes second. Tough Critic is running late on the far outside from 3rd. It is Longshoreman with the lead. Tough Critic is running on. Here comes Tough Critic trying to chase down Longshoreman and runs by for the victory. Tough Critic, the winner for Flavien Prat. Longshoreman second, Tiempos Buenos third, and Barstool fourth.
Tough Critic able to run down the favorite Longshoreman, who was cruising to they straightened for a home and starts to pick it up under Irad Ortiz Jr. Did kick a couple bobble steps here, maybe not handling the ground as we'll see it late in stretch. And right about there, you see that little bit of a bobble in the stride and able to capitalize the 8-horse Tough Critic, the offspring of Caravaggio, colt by Caravaggio for Deuce Sweepers and George Weaver. Could they be on to Royal Ascot again? They might just have one that will fit. It's the 8 Tough Critic in race 2 at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 8, Tough Critic, finished first. Number 10, Longshoreman, was second. Number 3, Tiempos Buenos, was third. Number 12, Barstool, fourth. 8, 10, 3, 12, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Hasty House, the unofficial winner, number 8, Tough Critic, owned by Dew Sweepers LLC of John Goldthorpe, trained by George Weaver. Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Tough Critic, a 2-year-old son of Caravaggio out of Thatchet by Invincible Spirit, bred in New York by Delahanty Stock Farm. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed firm, 1 minute 4.73 seconds. Results are official. 8:10, 3:12, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Hasty House trophy presentation to the connections of Tough Critic. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Race 3 will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in race 3.
Race number 3, 18 minutes to post. This is a starter allowance race for fillies and mares 4 and up, which have started for the claiming price of $25,000 or less from 2024 through 2025, and a very competitive group. Horses dropping down in class out of allowance races, stakes races, and at least one occasion, at least one horse, I should say, more than one horse, in fact, 2. And Windy Walk, the number 6 horse, second choice right now, but she will likely go off as the favorite. Taking a look at the double and pick 3 will pays, she's favored in both of those will pays, the double and pick 3. And Windy Walk is a filly by Munnings for Chris Davis, who has won twice in 3 tries here at Keeneland on this main track. She's a 7-time winner from 15 starts, and she's made well over $321,000, and she has done a lot of damage in these starter allowance races dating back to 2024, and obviously still having that eligibility here in 2025. Last year, she won 7 races from 12 starts, including a win here at Keeneland in the fall as the clear favorite that day with Luis Saez. Saez rode her back at Churchill Downs in a starter allowance race, and she was able to win again. And then she won a stakes race, the Rampart Stakes, at the end of the year at Gulfstream Park. Her comeback race, or I shouldn't say comeback race, her race thereafter was on the synthetic course, and she's just not as effective on synthetic race courses as she is on dirt. So she's back on dirt today. She's back here to Keeneland. She's won at a mile and a 16th. There's a lot of reasons to like this filly, especially with Luis Saez taking the call for Chris Davis here this afternoon. I'll trust the course form and consistency and win consistency from Windy Walk, the number 6 horse. Filly that draws post position number 1 is Bestseller. Now, she comes out of a stakes race at Oaklawn Park where she was beaten a long ways, but this is a much more realistic spot here this afternoon. She was able to win an allowance race at Oaklawn at a big price of 13-1 at the end of February, showing good speed, early position, and was able to just get her nose on the wire in that tough allowance race. So if she's good enough to win down at Oaklawn, she's certainly good enough to win here today at Keeneland Racecourse, moving back into a starter event for the first time since June of last year at Churchill Downs. So Flavien Prat looking for back-to-back on the card. He'll be riding for Peter Blum and Rudy Brisset, 7-2, good price on a filly that is live. And the 2-horse Lady Emily Catherine, now the second choice as we expected. This one for Saffie Joseph Jr., Irad in the saddle. She comes out of a couple of synthetic tries. She's got to answer the dirt call here today. She's yet to run on dirt. She's run 14 times in her career, 10 times on turf, 4 times on synthetic. She's got a dirt pedigree. There's no doubt about it. But can she be as fast today on the dirt as she has been in the early stages of her races on turf and synthetic? So that is one thing that she's got to prove here this afternoon. But she's 5-2, coming out of a win 2 starts back at Gulfstream, showing the way the entire way around there. So she is going to have to speed things up, I think, though, to make the lead. But if she handles the dirt, she could be a big threat. Very good race coming up. Race number 3, very evenly matched races, which is what we look forward to as much as anything in these races here at Keeneland and any thoroughbred horse race throughout the entire United States. Good luck in race number 3, starter 25, mile and a 16th. First wire finish, less than 14 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race starter allowance. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the main track listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, no changes. Post time is 6 minutes.
Liking the energy from the number 4 horse Classic Performer for Grant Forrester. Mendelssohn mare who gets back on dirt after running in the Tom Benson Memorial Stakes on turf at Fairgrounds a couple of months back in the end of March. And she showed the way for a little bit of that race, but then was just simply outrun. So she's back into a far more reasonable spot here this afternoon. All you have to do is look at the odds in which these horses go off at and the expectations placed on them by handicappers. She was 91-1 that day. But her last dirt race, she was a winner going wire to wire. So she's been a very productive mare in a short amount of time here over the last few seasons of racing. This will be her 5th start this year, looking for win number 2 of the year. So at 6-1, Positive Energy, Jose Ortiz in the saddle, 6-1 on Classic Performer. Back to the number 1 horse, Bestseller, now up to 4-1. Had a recent work here at Keeneland that caught the eyes of the clockers, 59-4 over a fast track. And she finished 2 lengths in front of Warheart, a stakes-winning son of Omaha Beach for Rudy Brisset. So outworking a stakes winner, that certainly is some good information to utilize here in race number 3. Good luck. Very good race coming up next at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Bestseller goes in. Here's Lady Emily Catherine. Klimps Muse comes forward. Classic Performer. And now Bijou Baby. Wendy Walk. Pins Street, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Classic Performer out for the early lead. Classic Performer clears the inside traffic, has the advantage into the first turn as Wendy Walk moves up toward the outside, and then Bestseller back toward the inside comes away running in the third position as they enter the first turn. Classic Performer has the lead. Classic Performer with the advantage carefully moves over closer to the rail, leads it clear by a length. Wendy Walk second, outward from the rail a half length. The Bestseller in third. Lady Emily Catherine is between horses, a lane off the rail in fourth as they head off the first turn. Penn Street to her outside. She was 3 wide around the first turn, but up within 3 lengths of the lead. Then a gap of 3 more back to Bijou Baby and 3 more back of that one to Klimps Muse. 24.11 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Classic Performer is the leader. Classic Performer leads it by 3/4 of a length. Wendy Walk is second on the outside by a half length. The Bestseller. Lady Emily Catherine still there in between horses, fourth, 2 lengths off the lead, and is flanked by Penn Street as they head for the far turn. Bijou Baby and Klimps Muse at the back. It was 48.73 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Classic Performer is the leader. Penn Street will have to go to the far outside to make another move on the turn. Moves up from third to second, a half length off the lead. Wendy Walk is now in third position, and then Bestseller. Now Bestseller moves up 1 position against the rail in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Lady Emily Catherine past the quarter pole, has to go wide in fifth, still 6 from the front. Penn Street, Bestseller to her outside. Classic Performer back toward the inside. They turn for home, and here comes Bestseller moving on the far outside. Bestseller is up to take a narrow lead into the final furlong. Leads it now by a length as they work toward the final 16th to Penn Street. Then Wendy Walk. Deep stretch for Bestseller. Flavian Pratt, second win on the card. Bestseller to win it. It was Penn Street across the line in second, followed by Wendy Walk in third.
Bestseller, she was patiently handled under Flavian Pratt. She was up against the rail until the last bit of the race as they came around the bend. And that final portion of the bend, he worked her to the outside, and she responded with a nice finish to pull this one off by open lengths. That is Bestseller for Peter Blum getting the victory. 1-7-6-2 unofficial in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 1, Bestseller, was first. Number 7, Penn Street, was second. The 6, Wendy Walk, was third. Number 2, Lady Emily Catherine, was fourth. 1762 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Bestseller, owned by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC of Peter Blum, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. Back-to-back wins for Flavian Pratt on the card. Bestseller, 5-year-old daughter of Bodemeister out of Platinum by Mineshaft, bred in Kentucky by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.32 seconds. Third race results official. 1762, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 with that $25,000 carryover. Main track is fast, the turf firm, and the rail at 10 feet. On the turf course today, race 4 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. In the fourth race, scratch number 9, War Department Calling, and scratch the 10, B. Wayne.
Time for the much anticipated start to the pick six with that carryover from yesterday of over $25,000. 17 minutes to post for the final 6 races of the day. That pick six sequence, you can see the total pull with the carryover over $72,000. So we will be looking at a very big pool of money in which to take a swing at here beginning in race number 4. And this 4th race, $20,000 claiming event, non-motors of 2 lifetime at 1 1/16. 7-5 on Give Me Liberty from a 3-1 morning line for Ken and Nolan Ramsey. Colt by Constitution, who comes into this race off of his maiden score for $25,000, and he did so easily, going the 1-turn mile, won by 5 1/4 lengths. So back to 2 turns here this afternoon. He's 2-turned in the past. In fact, he was a maiden when running in the Grade 3 Tampa Bay Derby in his final start for trainer Robertino Diodoro before moving over to Nolan Ramsey's barn. So Give Me Liberty should be a strong play in here. Is he a single? That's certainly a big question in a sequence which, looking down the line, maybe you could justify a single in race number 8 with that runner for Mike Rapoli, who should be one of the shorter price favorites we have on the day, that being Ancient World. But Give Me Liberty, I'm not going to go against him here today. He's been spotted beautifully off of a $25,000 score. Should show some speed here today. Hopefully he can keep it rolling under Irad Ortiz Jr. if, in fact, he's able to make the front. The 7 horse is JR's gift, or Junior's gift, for Hugo Andrade, a Karen 6-year-old gelding. He's 1 for 41. 1 for 41 with 8 seconds and 8/3. So he's made a vast majority of his money picking up checks underneath. So not the most reliable sort for the win, but the drop down in class might be the ticket for the 7 horse. He's 10-1 on the board right now. He's been running against tougher competition. They did run him for $30,000 non-motors of 2 at Turfway Park, and that was one of his better races. So showing up here today for $20,000, I think that he has to be considered, even with that 1 for 41 career record. 10-1 on the board on the number 7 horse. And then the number 1, that is River Ridge for Paul McGee. They add blinkers. This is a gelding by Cantheros, who broke his maiden for $20,000 in the fall of last year. He's had 4 runs since the fall, running for 30 in each one of those races, and he's run on dirt as well as on turf. I think his best race of his recent 4 races came going 2 turns at Fairgrounds at going a mile distance, and he's going to get an opportunity to go to 1 1/16 here this afternoon. So he's 7-2 on the board, 1 for 9 lifetime in his racing career from a 9-2 line. He's 7-2 on the board as it stands right now. But I think the route on dirt is the ticket for this son of Cantheros. Good luck in this pick 6. It is a great sequence ahead. You've got 15 minutes to get those tickets together, and we'll update you on the pool once these horses head out to the track for their warm-ups. Good luck in the 4th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, a claiming race for a price of $20,000 for 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6, $25,000 carryover. Pick 6 pool with carryover now approaching $100,000. Scratch the 9 War Department Calling and scratch the 10 B Wayne. Main track is fast. The turf is firm this afternoon. Post time at 7 minutes.
Just analyzing the tote board here for the start of the pick 6 and also getting a chance to look further at these horses. My friend Louis getting some attention. He's the number 5 horse, 7-1 on the board right now for Connor Murphy. He's a horse that has done very little in his dirt races, but his recent 2 starts on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park have been some of the best performances that we've seen from him. So is it simply he's gotten better, he's figured things out? Is he better on the synthetic? I think obviously we're going to find out a strong gauge of this horse here today, but at 7-1, coming in with a couple of third-place finishes and non-winners of 2 restricted claimers up at Turfway. If you're leaning on him, you're hoping that he's just in really good form right now in comparison to his dirt races at the end of last year and through the summer of last year. So my friend Louis, 7-1, getting some sneaky action here in race number 4. And the 8-horse Burnin' Tune, for Mike Maker. This is a Bernardini gelding who was beaten 26 lengths last time out. He did not break well. He was out of the race pretty early on in the running of that mile event. So for him to take that kind of action down to 4-1, he's yet to try dirt. He's by Bernardini out of a Distorted Humor first dam. It's all been synthetic primarily, as well as 3 tries on the grass. But he's looking to bounce back second time for Mike Maker. As far as horses that are running for the second time for trainer Mike Maker, 15% success rate. He moves down in class. There's no doubt about that, from 50 in for 20 here today. But it's from Turfway to Keeneland. So how much of a drop down in class is it for Burnin' Tune? So he's live on the board, 4-1, which I think would make some folks pay attention to him in this race off of that very disappointing run at the beginning of March. The pick 6 pool with the carryover of over $25,000. We're looking at over $109,000 and growing with 4 minutes to post. Again, pick 6 starts now on this Thursday card at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the Pick 6. Moving into line, race 4. Ode to Ballius comes forward along with Burnin' Tune. High Enough will be the last one. Walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. First wire. And they're off. There goes River Ridge from the inside with Give Me Liberty, and Gerald Ray Dapple Gray is right there as well in the opening strides as they head for the first turn. Pritchard kicks in right alongside of Give Me Liberty. Give Me Liberty, though, has the lead. Pritchard will go a close second into the first turn, and then River Ridge back toward the inside is in third. Burnin' Tune is a wide fourth. My friend Louie back toward the inside is in fifth. High Enough is sixth. Gerald Ray Dapple Gray is in seventh against the rail. Junior's Gift on the outside is in the eighth position. Ode to Ballius, last of the 9:23.49 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Give Me Liberty is the leader on the backstretch, 3/4 of a length. Here's River Ridge sneaking up the rail, a closer second within a half length of the lead now. Pritchard travels in third, nearly 2 lengths off the leader, midpoint of the backstretch. Burnin' Tune is fourth on the outside of that one. My friend Louie, fifth back toward the inside, fifth by just a neck. High Enough, sixth on the outside, a break of 3 more lengths to Ode to Ballius, followed by Junior's Gift up on the outside, and Gerald Ray Dapple Gray last against the rail. 47.71 seconds the time for the first half mile. Give Me Liberty right alongside of River Ridge. Those two going at it as they move midway on the far turn. A gap of 3 lengths to Burnin' Tune, who's in third position. A gap of 3 more to High Enough in fourth. And then My Friend Louie is fifth as they move by the quarter pole. And back up front, River Ridge still has the lead. Top of the short stretch. Leads it by a length and a half. 2 lengths now. Give Me Liberty has lost ground coming into the stretch, but is still second. Then a gap of 6 more lengths. Back to Burnin' Tune in third. Final furlong, River Ridge in front. 16th to go. River Ridge has opened up on a widening 6-length lead. Coming to the wire, it is all River Ridge. Colby Hernandez for the victory. Then it was Give Me Liberty who was across the line in second and was followed by Burnin' Tune in third, and High Enough was fourth.
Well, it turned into a 2-horse race, but as we pick it up as they straighten for home, it's a 1-horse race. River Ridge able to outkick Give Me Liberty, who was part of that early pace, but just simply could not sustain and is going to be beaten at least a half a dozen plus by River Ridge, the son of Cantheros, for trainer Paul McGee and Blue Tarp 4, as well as CDM Racing. Well done. Nice win in race number 4 from River Ridge.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 1, River Ridge finished first. Number 2, Give Me Liberty was second. Number 8, Burnin' Tune was third. The 11, High Enough was fourth. 1, 2, 8, 11. Unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 1, River Ridge. Owned by Blue Tarp 4 LLC of Thomas O'Keefe, owned by CDM Racing Stable LLC of David McClellan, trained by Paul J. McGee, Colby Hernandez, the jockey. River Ridge, a 4-year-old gelded son of Cantheros out of Violencia by Violence, bred in Kentucky by Elkhorn Springs Thoroughbreds. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.66 seconds. Fourth race results official. 1, 2, 8, 11, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3 made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet. In race 5, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Horses in the paddock for race number 5. This race does kick off that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. And this upcoming race, quite interesting. I did go to the number 5, Fort Thomas, as the top selection here. But I thought that you really had to consider the favorite, which is actually not the morning line favorite right now. That's the 2. But the 5, Fort Thomas, I think the one thing that he's going to have to overcome today is the pace situation here. It doesn't seem like there's a ton of pace side on. This horse loves to close from the clouds. He doesn't have much early speed whatsoever. I do think the added distance will help him, and he clearly looks like a horse that's getting better with each and every start. His last 2 races were the best races of his career, so he looks like he might just be starting to figure it out. I know it took him a long time to break his maiden, but again, his last 2 races, very good. And if he can take that step forward in his seasonal debut at the age of 4, I think he could be on track to maybe get another win. Hoping that the light bulb angle applies to this horse, as he did take a long time to break his maiden, and now he comes back against winners today. Looking outside of that runner, the 8 is my second selection here, and that's British Isles. So he ran here last time out, the 9th of April, against Allowance Company. He was the favorite that day. He had an awful trip that day. It wasn't anything that Flavien did. It was just race luck, and he couldn't work out a trip that day. Now, that was going the flat mile. I do wonder if he's going to be better or worse stretching out to the 1.5 miles today. But when you look at his back races, he has been competing against the toughest company than any other horse in this field. You see Dashman in the running lines, Phosphorescence 2 starts back. He lost 2 by a head at Santa Anita. Those are quality graded stakes type of horses, and I don't see that class with any other horse in this field. So the biggest question for him, I think, is the distance. It's not the class. I would even have picked him on top here, but I wanted to go with a little bit better of a price. And right now, 7-2 is a gift on this horse if we get those odds come post time. And then finally, the number 2, My Boy Tony, he opens up as the favorite at 2-1. He's another one that seems to be headed in the right direction. They had to drop him down to the maiden $32,000 level and ship him to Horseshoe, Indianapolis in order for him to get that win. Since then, though, he's gone against tougher competition, and he's definitely held his own. I thought he got a good trip last time out, and he didn't necessarily seal the deal, but he's a horse that has been able to show up in recent times. They added the blinkers on him, 2 starts back. Obviously had him on last time out. Eddie Keneally having a very strong Keeneland spring meet, so that's always something to consider. But at 2-1, I don't know that there's that price is not a gift by any means. I guess it's good to see this horse that is live on the tote board, but certainly he's going to have to step it up in order to win against this crew today. As I previously mentioned, this race does kick off that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, and this is how I see the sequence. $54 play. Of course, it's a $3 minimum wager. 258 in the first leg of the sequence, my top 3 selections. As we look ahead to race number 7, that's an allowance race going 1 16 miles on the turf. I went 611 there. The top play is the 6 El Razine. This is a horse that really started to get good in the latter half of his 3-year-old season. I think he'll be able to pick it up here in his 4-year-old season. Those sons and daughters of English Channel tend to get better with time and experience, and I think that might be the case with the 6. The 11 is an import here. The Connections got this horse from France, and he is making his North American debut. We have seen the progeny of Intello do well here in North America, so obviously going to be using that for Chad Brown and the Connections. And then race number 9 is the final race of the day, going 1 mile on the turf. And I did go to the 5 House and Rose. I thought that horse's last race at Santa Anita was very good. I like kind of West Coast turf form coming here to Keeneland. It seems to be strong. And then the 7 Celebrity Row for Brian Lynch. Loved this horse in the second career start, and then it was kind of disappointing last time out. at Churchill Downs about a year ago, in fact. So she is coming off the long layoff. And then the 11, Scarletta Carpetta, is a first-time starter by Oscar Performance. If you have more cash, I'd probably use more horses in that last leg of the sequence. That's a challenging one. And obviously the pick 6, which we are already into now, is a challenging one. We'll see how it all unfolds, as the favorite right now is 5-2. We'll take a closer look at these runners and report trackside in just a few moments. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Shamrock Glen, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 1.5 miles over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland turf pick 3 as well. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes.
looking at some prices on the track, and one of them was the one, Mount Rundle. He's a big price at 18-1. Just the observation of this horse, he is big, massive horse, especially when you compare him to the rest of the competition today. That said, I don't think he won at any part of a mile, the distance he went, 2 starts back here at Keeneland. And then last time out, he came back off of another layoff to go the mile at Turfway. He looks like a horse that could certainly run all day, and I do like him at a big price to maybe hit the board, stretching out to 1.5 miles. He looks great for Michelle Nihei as well. You do wonder, is the class there to go against this field? But he looked great, and again, I think he definitely wants more distance than a mile, and those are the 2 distances he's been in the last 2 starts. And then we go to the way outside, the 10 Steadfast Resolve for trainer George Weaver. He's already had a winner today. This horse looked excellent. Kind of noticed that even with his 2-year-old a little bit earlier, just really fit coming into today, and he certainly looks like a horse that can kind of have that staying type of rhythm, just keep on keeping on at the distance of 1.5 miles. It's actually surprising to see the fact that he did make up so much ground in his shorter races at 1 1/16 and 1 1/8, and be able to kind of show that turn of foot and get up for those victories. 2 kind of different races and how they were run as well. I think that kind of speaks to the class that he has. He faced Mutawid last time out at Gulfstream Park off the layoff, and he certainly looks very fit coming into today's race at odds of 7-2. We'll see if George Weaver can take 2 on today's program, but this is a competitive group of horses to kick off the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Shamrock Glen. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. moving into line, race 5. Dirago moves into line, and here's Hamilton's Way. Fort Thomas. Greystone. Call Me Cassie is the last one. Walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Mount Rundle and British Isles come forward in the opening strides, and there goes Oscar Go, who now moves up between horses, and my boy Tony is right there to press the issue as well, heading onto that far turn. Oscar Go, far outside, has the early lead. Mount Rundle is in the second position, and British Isles now moves up to the outside to take second. My boy Tony, outward from the rail, is in fourth. And then the Dover Spectre is in the fifth position. Hamilton's Way back to the inside is sixth. Dirago will go in seventh, right toward the center of the pack, a lane off the rail as they move to the top of the stretch for the first time. Then assiduously, Fort Thomas in between horses, joined by Call Me Cassius toward the outside. Steadfast Resolve is near the back of the pack next to last early on, just over a circuit to go. And Greystone is last. 25.02 seconds the time for the opening quarter. British Isles moves forward to the far outside. Oscar Go is there to the inside, and Mount Rundle once off the rail and moves up between that pair within a neck of the lead. The first half mile in 49.93 seconds. Oscar Go to the inside, leads it by a neck. Mount Rundle is second by 2.5. British Isles settles back into third. My boy Tony is fourth up on the outside. Then Hamilton's Way back toward the inside in fifth, running 6 lengths off the lead, and is flanked by the Dover Spectre, followed by Assiduously, then Dirago to the outside. Fort Thomas, Steadfast Resolve, still near the back of the pack against the rail, running 9 lengths from the front, and a gap of 2 more back to Greystone to the inside of Call Me Cassius, who is the trailer. Midpoint of the back stretch. Mount Rundle to the outside, pokes ahead in front. Oscar Go is there to the inside, but second. A gap of 2 more lengths. My boy Tony third by a head just outside of British Isles in fourth. Then Hamilton's Way. They go on to the far turn, running 5 lengths from the lead. The Dover Spectre comes next. Steadfast Resolve is still far back, still nearly 10 from the front as they move midway on the turn. Mount Rundle to the outside has the lead by 3/4 of a length, now by a length and a half from Oscar Go. British Isles, my boy Tony, wide around the turn, is in fourth. Hamilton's Way, fifth back toward the inside. There's just over a 1/4 mile to go. They move to the top of the stretch, and Mount Rundle has opened up on a 3-length lead. Oscar Go, then British Isles on the outside. My boy Tony, Hamilton's Way. Steadfast Resolve is on the grandstand side, 8 lengths off the lead. British Isles coming forward to challenge Mount Rundle. Oscar Go is kicking in toward the inside, then my boy Tony. It is British Isles to the lead. Steadfast Resolve is still fifth, but running late, but the wire's coming, and British Isles is in front. British Isles to win it. Flavian Pratt's third win on the day.
British Isles did not have any luck the last time he was here at Keeneland in the afternoon, had traffic troubles, but today Flavian Pratt, another masterful ride on this horse, is stalking somewhat of a moderate pace. He was pretty much in the clear throughout. When the pace seemingly fell apart, he was in the right position to get the first jump on the rest of the field. You can see the cavalry charge running on late, but the wire came in time for the 8, British Isles.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race, number 8, British Isles, finished first. Number 2, My Boy Tony, was second. Number 10, Steadfast Resolve, was third. And number 6, Greystone, was fourth. 8-2-10-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Shamrock Glen, the unofficial winner, number 8, British Isles, owned by Slam Dunk Racing of Nick Casado, owned by Richard Baltus and Jerry McClanahan, trained by Richard Baltus, 3 wins today for jockey Flavian Pratt. British Isles, a 4-year-old gelded son of Justify, out of Purely Hot by Pure Prize, bred in Kentucky by Orpendale Chelston Winnett. The time for the 1.5 over the firm turf today, 2 minutes, 28.95 seconds, 8-2-10-6. Race 5, results official. 8-2-10-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Shamrock Glen Trophy presentation to the connections of British Isles. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. The main track is fast. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Early pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a constellation 4 of 5.
horses in the paddock for the 6th race to kick off the late pick 4 sequence. A nice maiden special weight for the fillies, 6 furlongs on the main track, and I'm shopping for a little bit of a price here with the number 2 Spun Candy. She's 14-1 right now for trainer Dallas Stewart. I just like some of the races that we saw in her 2-year-old season, most notably her second career race where she set the pace at Saratoga and lost by a couple of lengths to Immersive, who would obviously be the 2-year-old filly champion of last year, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, undefeated as well. She was very, very sharp in that race. And Spun Candy, she came back again to set the pace and then stop, but that again was a very tough race. She went against Stunner. When you just look at the running lines, she has gone against stiff competition. But if she can run back to the race that we saw 2 starts back, obviously at Saratoga, and shows some good speed to the inside, I think she could be right there. The running lines are appealing, and again, if you look at speed figures when horses are running a 62 Beyer, that was her best as a 2-year-old. If she can improve upon that by a couple of points, that could certainly put her in the winner's circle. It makes her competitive against some of the 3-year-old figures that we see in this race. The 9 Velvet Devil, definitely a filly that looks incredibly fit coming into this race for Mike Tomlinson. Her first race was good. She definitely outran her odds. She was 25-1 in that event. She finished second, and then she came back to lose again, unfortunately, by Velvet Vortex. But she has really done the dirty work in both of those races. Last time out, she had to draw the rail post position. She did a lot of dirty work in there and still almost held on for the victory that day. I also think she'll kind of appreciate this distance on the main track at Keeneland. Sometimes that long stretch down at the fairgrounds can catch up to a horse. But off of those 2 races, I know she comes in off of a little bit of a freshening, but she looks extremely fit coming into today for the connections. And then finally, the number 5, Magical Day for trainer Brendan Walsh. She too went against some nice fillies in her first 2 races. Obviously, her Laugh she went against first time out at Churchill Downs. Then she stretched out a little bit on a sloppy sealed track. In her second start, she lost to an X-Out winner too. She's quick. I wonder what the tactic is going to be on this filly. There seems to be a decent amount of pace in here. I mentioned the 2 is quick, the 5 is quick, the 9 is quick. So it'll be very interesting to see how this race actually unfolds from a pace standpoint. But Magical Day comes into this race off of the layoff, and a nice bullet work here at Keeneland. Best of 50 that day, clocking that 4 furlong workout and 46 and change. So those are the top 3 selections, but we'll get a closer look at these fillies in the paddock and report trackside in just a few moments.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the ups and downs. A maiden special weight for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Doubled and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Looking at some of these horses warming up on the track, and wanted to take note of, or make note of, I should say, Magical Day, the number 5 horse in this race. This was a Clocker Report pick that we featured on our Today at Keeneland show a little bit earlier today. Godolphin Homebred sizzled a bullet half mile and 46.6 best out of 50 at the distance, working solo over a fast track for trainer Brendan Walsh. And this filly certainly seems to be on the engine today. She certainly seemed that way in the paddock and definitely on the track. She is awake. She is ready to rock and roll here today. We'll see if she can improve upon, those 2-year-old races. She was very good in the latter half of her 2-year-old season. We had the opportunity to see her race twice, and now she comes back. You can kind of see how forward she is, too. Even her presence, I would expect her to be forwardly placed in here. Big long shot that I'll mention, the 6 Princess Proud. Sometimes we see Bill Mott kind of take a patient approach with getting the win. Usually, if you look at a first-time starter stats, maybe a little bit on the lower side, but this is an elegant filly. I really liked what I saw from her in the paddock, and she also looked pretty fit. She looked fit and ready to go today. She also looks like she could probably manage this distance as well. Some other fillies in here look like certainly sprinters, but a couple of other fillies in here kind of seem like this might be a starting point to maybe longer distances, but I loved the presence of this filly and just overall her physical build. She's got a really nice pedigree too. So we'll see if the 6 Princess Proud can outrun her 20-1 odds as we are 2 minutes away from race number 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the ups and downs start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Velvet Devil moves into line. Scarce comes forward. Tickin' Time Blonde, also Me and Molly McGee. Lindy Can. Magical Day. See Ya, Wouldn't Want to Be Ya will be the last one. Here's Princess Proud. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they are off. There goes See Ya, Wouldn't Want to Be Ya from the far outside. Me and Molly McGee is right there to the inside. Magical Day is up close away, running in third. Velvet Devil is in fourth position. Spun Candy is fifth down toward the inside. Princess Proud goes sixth. Wildfire Princess is seventh. Big Air is eighth. Whiskey Serenade is ninth. Lindy Can is 10th. Tickin' Time Blonde is 11th. And Scarce is last of the 12 as they move on to the far turn. Me and Molly McGee to the inside, lead it by a length to Magical Day, and then Velvet Devil up on the outside. Spun Candy back to the inside, travels in the fourth position, and then See Ya, Wouldn't Want to Be Ya between horses, starts to move toward the outside. 3 lengths off the lead, goes to third now as they round the far turn. Princess Proud tries to move with her toward the center of the track. They move for the top of the stretch. Here's Velvet Devil trying to draw alongside of Me and Molly McGee, who still has a narrow lead to the inside. Velvet Devil is right there, though. Lindy Can goes third. Princess Proud is still fourth and still 6 lengths away. Final furlong. Velvet Devil from the outside tries to poke ahead in front. Me and Molly McGee is still there toward the inside, fighting on but second. Past the 16th pole. Velvet Devil from the outside, a narrow lead. Me and Molly McGee second. Velvet Devil and Axel Concepcion to win it. Me and Molly McGee was home second. Lindy Can was across the wire in third.
Co-5-2 favorites go 1-2 coming down the stretch. The number 9 Velvet Devil, she was kind of fun to watch coming down the stretch. She was swishing her tail every time Axel Concepcion would give her some encouragement with the whip. She just swished her tail every single time. She is clearly a very talented filly, and she continues to learn, but she was good today because she had to put away the number 4 horse down on the inside who had a really good trip. Today, 5-2 on your winner, the number 9 Velvet Devil, 9-4-12. Unofficially across the finish line.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: 9 Velvet Devil first, 4 Me and Molly McGee second, 12 See Ya, Wouldn't Want to Be Ya third, and the 2 Spun Candy was fourth. 9-4-12-2. Unofficial. Race 6 results official. 9-4-12-2, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle for race 6, the ups and downs. The official winner, number 9, Velvet Devil. Owned by Blackout Racing of Kyle McGinty, Patricia's Hope LLC of Vince Folia, trained by Mike Tomlinson, Axel Concepcion the jockey. Velvet Devil, a 3-year-old filly by Cantheros. Out of Tis Legal by Tis Now. Bred in Kentucky by Woods Edge Farm LLC. The Keeneland sales grad gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 11.3 seconds over the fast main track. In the winner's circle, the ups and downs trophy presentation to the connections of Velvet Devil. Keeneland 7th and featured race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf is listed firm. The rail at 10 feet. Scratch the 7 Lips Say Bliss. Also scratch the 14 Saint in the City. Scratch 15 Azoy and scratch 16 Army Officer. The jockey for number 2 Heavy Pour, Gerardo Corrales. Number 2 Heavy Pour, Gerardo Corrales the jockey. The jockey for the 5 Realignment, Florent Giroux. 5 Realignment, the jockey, Florent Giroux. 13 Royal Sandrin draws into the race, jockey as programmed.
Race 7 is up next, a mile and a 16th out on the turf course for this nice allowance field. And when you were kind of handicapping the pick 6 sequence, I thought this was one of the more challenging races in the sequence today with that carryover. Ultimately, I did land on the number 6 horse, El Razine. He was the type of horse that last year kind of seemed like he started to get better towards the latter half of his 3-year-old season. Got a nice allowance win at Saratoga back in August, and then he came back against Graded Stakes Company, and he almost won that race, actually. Went against the horses like Carson's Run, who's a Grade 1 winner. He won the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. Deterministic was in that race as well. He would come out of that race to win the Grade 3 Hill Prince. So it's been a productive group. It was a solid group at the time as well. And we see the sons and daughters of English Channel, they tend to improve with a little age and experience. So I think that El Razine's 4-year-old season might be a little bit better than his 3-year-old season. If that's the case, then that could probably put him in the winner's circle. The number 11 horse, Intellect, this is the first opportunity that we get to see this horse. He's been racing in France, but he's sent out by trainer Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt aboard today, who's already had 3 winners on today's card. This horse has mostly been sprinting overseas, but when you look at the progeny of Intello, they can certainly stretch out to a distance of ground. Junko was one of them. He was a Grade 1 winner. He won the Hong Kong Vaz. Adhamo, another one who Chad Brown actually campaigned. He won the Grade 1 United Nations. All come from the same sire, and they can certainly stretch out. I think even after looking at him physically in the paddock, the mile and a 16th shouldn't be any bit of an issue. The 12, Royal Majesty, will be the third horse that I go to at 9-1. This horse looks great in the paddock for trainer Bill Mott. He came off a little bit of a layoff last time out at Gulfstream Park. He never really could pick up the pieces that day. I think he's a horse that sometimes when he gets a favorable pace scenario, he certainly can close, but I don't know that he has too many gears, so I think maybe a good forward trip at this distance could probably help him. I'm not saying he's going to be on the lead by any means. I don't think he's fast enough to be in that position, but maybe a nice mid-pack trip will do him good against this group today. Competitive field. I'll take a closer look at some of these runners and report trackside in a few moments, but of course this race involved in that turf pick 3, and it does kick off the final pick 3 of this afternoon. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Terminus Farm Allowance, 4-year-olds and up. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Rail set at 10 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 7, Lips Say Bliss. Also scratch the 14, Saint in the City, the 15, Zoe, and the 16, Army Officer. A reminder, the jockey for the 2 heavy pour is Gerardo Corrales. Jockey for number 5, realignment, Florent Giroux. 13, Royal Sandrin draws into the race, jockey as programmed. Post time less than 5 minutes.
I wanted to talk about 2 horses here in this upcoming race. This is a very, very tough race, but the 8 Oscar Season, I thought, made a really nice appearance today. So he's coming off the layoff. His last race was in the beginning of December. But this horse doesn't look like he has had any time off. I mean, he looks very fit. His weight is good. Brendan Walsh seems to have him in good form here. And also, when you look at his races from last year as a 3-year-old, he was incredibly consistent. I think when you kind of compare the form and the fields he was facing against some of the other horses in here, maybe a little bit more on the lighter side, but he was good against that competition, and I think he's kind of one of those horses that can take that big step forward. Looks very fit and warming up well on the track under Luan Machado at the 8 Oscar Season. And then the 12 Royal Majesty. So I did pick this horse in the top 3, but I really liked this horse even more after seeing him in the paddock. He just has a lot of class. I mean, I feel like I say that all the time about Bill Mott's horses, but he did. He exuded class in the paddock. He also looked really fit, really healthy, coat really rich, checking all the boxes, really. The 12 Royal Majesty, again, I think probably would be better suited with some form of a mid-pack trip today against this group. We'll see if he can work out a trip from that outside post position. But this is a really tough race to get through. We'll see how it all unfolds. Good betting board coming up next. 2 minutes to go for race number 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Terminus Farm. Moving into line race 7. Evade and Ocean Point come forward. Realignment and Intellect. Royal Majesty. El Razine. Royal Sandra in the last one, walking up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off. There goes Hershey. Hershey comes out for the lead. Evade is right there with El Razine, and Heavy Pour back toward the inside. Hold My Bourbon moves up to the extreme outside. Evade is the leader. Evade moves forward and has the advantage. Hold My Bourbon right there to the outside as they head into the first turn. Hershey slides to the rail in third. El Razine to the outside fourth. Heavy Pour is fifth. Ocean Point is sixth. Realignment is seventh. Intellect a lane off the rail in eighth. As they swing around the first turn, Oscar Season is ninth back toward the inside. Royal Majesty is 10th. Depiction 11th. And Royal Sandrin is last, 22.03 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Evade has the advantage only by a neck. Hold My Bourbon there to the outside as they head to the midpoint of the backstretch in second. Then a gap of nearly 5 more lengths to Hershey in third, a length and a half, followed by El Razine, who's fourth, a half length. And then Heavy Pour, who's back toward the inside as they work their way off the end of the backstretch. It is still Evade with the lead. That first half mile, 45.69 seconds. Evade leads it by a length and a half. Hold My Bourbon second by a length and a half. Hershey is third. El Razine is fourth on the outside. Moves up within 3 lengths of the lead. Heavy Pour comes next as they swing around the far turn. Ocean Point is still toward the outside and running 5 from the front. Here comes Hershey to the outside of Evade and El Razine to try to join them. Still wide, still third. And still 3 from the front. Quarter mile to go. Evade still has the lead. Hershey is right there. Heavy Pour to the inside. And then El Razine, who's fourth on the outside. Hershey has the lead coming into the final furlong and opens up on Evade. Heavy Pour, then El Razine. Intellect is fifth on the far outside. Still 7 lengths from the front. And Hershey is kicking on for Edgar Morales. Intellect trying to rally up. Depiction is coming late, but no catching. Hershey, who has won it.
What a great job by trainer Helen Pitts to get this horse ready off the layoff. The last time we saw Hershey was back in the fall at Churchill Downs going against Graded Stakes Company. He comes back and delivers one of his better performances. It was a quick pace. We knew that the 4 Evade probably couldn't sustain that quick pace, and the 3 Hershey getting a little bit of a ground-saving trip and getting the first run on some of those other closers. They just could not catch him. Easy winner in the end, and he gets the victory at odds of 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th and featured race. Number 3, Hershey, finished first. Number 6, El Razine, was second. Number 11, Intellect, third. Number 1, Depiction, fourth. 3, 6, 11, 1, unofficial. Seventh race results official. 3, 6, 11, 1, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Terminus Farm. The official winner, number 3, Hershey. Owned by the 100% Racing Stable LLC of Phillip Creek and others, trained by Helen Pitts-Blasi. Edgar Morales is the winning jockey. Hershey, a 4-year-old gelded son of Twirling Candy out of Gone Theatrical by Theatrical. Bred in Kentucky by 100% Racing LLC. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed firm, 1 minute 40.35 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Terminus Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Hershey. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is listed fast. Jockey for the 4, El Cordobés, Agustin Gomez. Number 4, El Cordobés, the jockey, Agustin Gomez.
Race 8 is up next, and we have a heavy favorite, 1-5 on the 5, Ancient World, who was very impressive in his debut. We'll talk about him in a minute, but I am taking a little bit of a swing going against this heavy favorite. I do respect the race that he ran first time out, but I also respect the races that the 8 Mischief River was running in on the West Coast. He ran in the Best Pal Stakes as a 2-year-old. He ran second at 5-1 going against the likes of Getaway Car. After that, they tried the turf, and then he kind of ended his season on a bad note, but of course in the Grade 1 American Pharoah, he had a run against the likes of a Citizen Bull, Getaway Car, McKenzie Street. It was a very solid field. He was running against some of the best 2-year-olds turned 3-year-olds that we've seen on the West Coast, with the exception, of course, of the potential Derby favorite in journalism. But the 8 Mischief River, I think, has really held some stiff competition on the West Coast, and it looks like his works have been solid since he's come here to Kentucky. And I'll go in that direction. Blinkers on, first-time Lasix. I just think he's kind of sneaky in a race where you're definitely going to get a good price on him right now at 17-1. The 5 Ancient World, we went back and showed this replay on our Today at Keeneland show, and it was incredible. This horse did not get out of the gate. At one point, he was 14 lengths last. Even at the top of the stretch, he looked like he was hopeless. It looked like he was not going to win. And somehow he sprouted wings and picked up the pieces and, in fact, won by a length. It wasn't like he got up and won by a nose. He won with a very clear margin that day. He had to do a lot. That is a very long stretch run down at the fairgrounds. If he does break tardy this afternoon, I don't know that he can overcome that, especially against this field. But this horse does seem extremely talented. He was high price purchase as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale for owner Mike Rapoli. Sends this horse to trainer Joe Sharp. He was bet down as the favorite in his debut, so he really could be anything. And of course, the Joe Sharp barn has been doing very well lately. The number 1, Sexagenarian, is the 3rd selection for me for trainer Mike Maker. And I talked to Mike Maker a little bit earlier today, and he was very bullish about this horse. He said, we just hope that he can kind of pick up where he left off last season. We really liked him. We thought highly of him. He won first time out impressively at Ellis Park. He came back on the turf, and he actually finished second to Tistastic, of course, a Louisiana Derby winner. He's headed to the Kentucky Derby. So the form lines are certainly there. Looks like he's been training forwardly down at Gulfstream in the mornings for Mike Maker. He did say he didn't love the post position. Rail post is kind of tough to overcome, but at least he does seem to have a little bit of speed, and there's not a ton of speed in this race. The 7 Walking in Memphis has route turf speed. The 8 Mischief River has some speed sprinting on the dirt. I don't know what to make of the 3 UW, because that was a 4.5 furlong race in June of his 2-year-old season. So the pace scenario seems to be a little murky. He very well, with a good gate break, he could be on the lead early going the 3/4. We'll see what he can do. He's 11-1 right now, but they all have apparently to beat one horse. It's the 5 Ancient World at odds of 1-4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mineola, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Jockey for the 4, El Cordobés, will be Agustin Gomez. Post time in 6 minutes.
After looking at these horses in the paddock, there was one horse that certainly stood out amongst the others, and that was a 3 UW. This horse looks fantastic for trainer John Ortiz. I can remember when this horse debuted back in June of last year at Churchill Downs, and he's always been a very big horse, but sometimes when horses of his size and stature, when they get going at the age of 2, that's great, but they probably will do even better with more time to fill into themselves and develop, and he certainly has that. Definitely filled into himself. He looks very fit off of the layoff. Sometimes when you're looking at horses who debuted in the summer of their 2-year-old season and you look at them coming back in their 3-year-old season, you want to look for, not improvement, but a horse that could maybe grow a little bit, physically mature, mentally mature. And this is just a horse that looks even better at 3 than 2. Now, this is a tough group. He's going to have to improve in order to win, but I love everything that I'm seeing about this horse on the track at 3-1. Tom Leach's long shot play of the day is also in this race. That's the number 2, CK Wonder. And the reason why he likes this horse is that he's coming into the race second off the layoff and treble in his race last time out. He was an impressive winner here last year. And, horse for course, he certainly was. That was going 7 furlongs. He broke his maiden, and that was one of the better races that we've seen from him. After that, he did face some good competition. Obviously, Disco Time was really good down at the fairgrounds this season. Prater was a big-time winner last time out at Gulfstream, so maybe the 2 CK Wonder can get it done today. He is getting a little warm and washy on the track. Definitely a high-energy horse. He is on the board at 17-1, but the favorite still remains the 5 Ancient World off of that impressive debut score. We'll see if he runs to his odds today at 3-5. We're 3 minutes away from race number 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mineola. Moving into line, race 8. Walking in Memphis moves into line, and here is UW. El Cordobés. Mischief River, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. Goes Walking in Memphis out for the early lead, but now Sexagenarian a step quicker. Sexagenarian up the rail to the lead. Mischief River far outside is right there. UW and Walking in Memphis, the front four in a line separated by a half length. Now Ancient World broke next to last, has now moved up into 5th. That is 5 lengths from the front, and then a gap of 5 more. El Cordobés, who's in the 6th position. CK Wonder is in 7th, and Mr. Rosso last of the 8, 22.47 seconds for the opening quarter. Sexagenarian to the inside, UW to the outside. That's the battle for the lead. They're separated by a half length. Mischief River goes 3rd ahead. Here's Ancient World, moves up the inside from 4th into 3rd, has to change lanes to the outside, a quarter mile out, 2 lengths off the lead, but swings out to the center of the track. And here comes Ancient World now taking aim on UW and Sexagenarian, and Ancient World runs on by for the lead and starts opening up inside the final furlong. Has the lead out to 2 to 3 lengths now. Ancient World in front, UW second, Sexagenarian is third. CK Wonder is running late to try to get a piece of it inside the 16th pole, but no catching Ancient World and Jose Ortiz. Ancient World has won it. After that, it was CK Wonder getting up in time to grab second on the line from UW and third.
Ancient World ran to his odds today. Very impressive, and you can tell that this is a horse that just is still learning. He broke slowly once again today. He rushed up in the middle part of the race and had absolutely nowhere to go, but Jose Ortiz got him to kind of come back to him a little bit, right behind horses, and then he angled out, and he came with that explosive kick. It looks like the 2 rallies. I don't know if this horse winds up getting up for second. It's going to be between the 2 and the 3. But the 5, Ancient World, very impressive for the connections today and gets the money as your odds-on favorite.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 5, Ancient World, was first. Number 2, CK Wonder, was second. Number 3, UW, third. And number 1, Sexagenarian, fourth. 5, 2, 3, 1, unofficial. Results are official for Race 8, the Mineola in the winner's circle. Number 5, Ancient World, owned by Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Joe Sharp. Jose Ortiz, the winning jockey. Ancient World, a 3-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief out of 13 Arrows by Indian Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Fifth Avenue Bloodstock and Glenwood Breeding. The Keeneland sales graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 11.19 seconds. Results are official, 5, 2, 3, 1, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mineola trophy presentation to the connections of Ancient World. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 10 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Viley Lane. Also scratch the 10, Volatile Jenny. Also scratch the 14, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Scratch the 15, Kentucky Flame. And scratch the 16, Crawford. Jockey for the 5, Halston Rose, Irad Ortiz Jr. 5, Halston Rose, Irad Ortiz Jr. Jockey for the 7, Celebrity Row, is Joel Rosario. 7, Celebrity Row, Joel Rosario. 13 draws into the race, Princess Attitude, jockey as programmed.
We close out this Thursday card with race number 9. Excuse me. And race number 9 coming up next, a mile on the turf for this maiden special weight race. The 5 House and Rose is going to be the top play for me. We've seen some horses come from the West Coast, ship out here to Keeneland. And sometimes the dirt form doesn't always hold up, but the turf form certainly does. And Houston Rose has kept good company in some of her turf races. 6.5 furlongs last time out. I guess the question is whether or not she can stretch out to the 2-turn distance, but I don't think she should have an issue with it. In fact, I think it's going to help her kind of get a forward trip. She was run off of her feet early going 3/4 at Santa Anita, 2 starts back, and I think she is a type of filly that kind of wants to have a forward position. So she's going to be the top selection for me as we look to the 7 horse just towards her outside. Celebrity Row for trainer Brian Lynch. Brian can definitely get horses ready off of extended layoffs, and she is doing just that. Filly by Oscar Performance. Last time we saw her, she didn't run too well. That was at Churchill Downs. But I felt like, especially last season at Churchill Downs over the turf course, some horses liked it, some horses didn't. I'm not going to hold that against her, and obviously that was followed by a lengthy layoff. She returns to the races today. She's another one that could show a little bit of early speed and maybe get the job done. And then finally the 11 at 6-1. She's going to be the 3rd selection for me. That's Scarletta Carpetta for trainer Riley Mott. Another filly by Oscar Performance out of a Smart Strike mare. Her workouts have been interesting on dirt and turf. And Riley Mott, of course, being the son of Bill Mott, sometimes he takes a more patient approach in getting horses to win, to break their maiden. But I just kind of like the workout tab with this filly. I liked her nice pedigree. Junior Alvarado is called to win, or to ride, excuse me. Riley Mott has been sending out some really good runners, and with what he sent out, super competitive in these races at Keeneland. So the 11 Scarletta Carpetta, I mean, it's that type of race where first-time starter could win. I would not be surprised, because some of the form of the horses who have also run in the past, you know, you could kind of poke holes in some of the form. The 7 is coming off a layoff. The 5 might not want to go this far. The 4, Kimber Spice, comes back to the turf where she hasn't been great. She did go against a good competition, but point being, I think this could be one of those races where a first-time starter actually wins, and you're getting a good price at 6-1. We'll get a closer look at these runners in a minute. 13 minutes out from race number 9. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Lantern Hill. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the firm turf, the rail at 10 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Viley Lane. Scratch the 10, Volatile Jenny. Scratch 14, No Sleep Till Brooklyn. Scratch 15, Kentucky Flame. And scratch 16, Crawford. Jockey for the 5, Halston Rose, Irad Ortiz Jr. The jockey for the 7, Celebrity Road, Joel Rosario. 13 draws in, Princess Attitude, the jockey as programmed. Post time in 5 minutes.
Taking a closer look at 2 horses that I kind of want to pay attention to in this nightcap. The 6 Spine looked really good on the track for trainer Brendan Walsh. So this filly hasn't really done much in either 2 of her races. It's a big question of whether or not she's going to improve now stepping onto the turf today, but she certainly has the look of a turf horse. She's by Gun Runner out of an elusive quality mare. She's getting a really strong warm-up there. You can see Flavian Pratt actually broke her away from the pony. And this is a very interesting warm-up. I think it's just to kind of get her going, obviously get her focused, and maybe she can show improved speed on the turf today. Perhaps she'll wake up. The number 9, Lady Lily Lou, is a first-time starting filly by Uncle Mo out of a Street Cry mare. Tommy Drury's horses always look really well in the afternoon, but he can definitely pop with a first-time starter. First time on the turf, not as strong as his first time synthetic and dirt stats, but I thought this filly had a really nice look to her. Love Uncle Mo's on the turf, especially fillies, and the 9 Lady Lily Lou I thought made a lovely appearance, especially at the price at 12-1. But right now, the 5 House and Rose is your current favorite at 2-1. We are approaching race number 9, the finale.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Lantern Hill. Moving into line, race 9. Kimber Spice comes forward along with Lady Lily Lou. Halston Rose. Spying and Scarletta Carpetta. Take note of this. Princess Attitude walks up, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post, and they're off. There goes Halston Rose along with Celebrity Row to her outside. These two come to the front with Kimber Spice back toward the inside, and Princess Attitude is going to be forwardly placed, but she's going to be wide into the first turn. It will be Celebrity Row who has the early advantage. Celebrity Row gets over to the rail, has the lead. Princess Attitude goes second up on the outside. Halston Rose tucked away neatly in third against the rail. Spying is fourth up on the outside. Kimber Spice is in fifth. Take note of this, is sixth. Lady Lily Lou to the outside is seventh and running 7 lengths off the lead onto the backstretch. Radiance is eighth back toward the inside. Scarletta Carpetta is in ninth. This country moves up 2 spots from 10th, and Minnie Mo Kisses last of the 11. It is Celebrity Row who shows the way, that 24.26 opening quarter. Celebrity Row is in front only by a neck. Princess Attitude is second by a length. Spying is third by a neck. Halston Rose is fourth back toward the inside as they work on to the far turn. And then further back, Kimber Spice, who's against the rail, running 5 lengths off the lead. Lady Lily Lou stacks up to her outside, and still take note of this between that pair. 50.99 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Celebrity Row, Princess Attitude on even terms around the far turn. Spying is third toward their outside, 2 lengths off the lead. Lady Lily Lou goes toward the center of the course. Halston Rose is toward the inside, looking for running room, has to change lanes. She moves up into third, now has clear running, still 3 lengths off the lead, 2 lengths off the lead, but coming forward, Princess Attitude is the leader. Halston Rose is coming at her from the outside. Princess Attitude, Halston Rose is there. Scarletta Carpetta runs late along with Kimber Spice. Princess Attitude is in front though. Princess Attitude, Luis Saez to win it. Halston Rose second, Scarletta Carpetta was third, and Kimber Spice was fourth.
Well, Jockey Luis Saez has stuck with this filly in the last 2 starts. She finished a good second at Gulfstream Park a couple starts back, and then kind of disappointed last time out, but she comes back with a big run, and I think the experience on this filly certainly paid off. You can see a late bid by the 5, Halston Rose, but the 13, Princess Attitude, absolutely turns back that challenge and gets the victory today. 7-2 here. Impressive winner, 13, 5, 11, unofficially across the finish line for the 9th and final.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 13, Princess Attitude, was first. Number 5, Halston Rose, was second. Number 11, Scarletta Carpetta, was third. Number 4, Kimber Spice, was fourth. Number 12, Take Note of This, was fifth. 13, 5, 11, 4, 12, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Lantern Hill. The unofficial winner, number 13, Princess Attitude, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Vicky Oliver, Luis Saez, the jockey. Princess Attitude, a 3-year-old filly by Frankel out of Kirtana by Johar, bred in Kentucky by Bryant H. Pursuit of Success 3. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 1 mile over the firm turf and is now the official winner. 1 mile in 1 minute 38.64 seconds. Results are official for race 9. 13, 5, 11, 4, 12. Official. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Special post time tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. And, of course, the Horses of Racing Age sale tomorrow evening. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Princess Attitude. The sports bar and the mezzanine bar remain open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.